Hi, DM. How are you? Nice to see you again. How are you today? It's been too long, but I am back and I am pissed off. Yeah, sorry I always start at the worst times for you, but you might have to ruin your sleep schedule. What's up, Kai, the artist guy? How are you doing? Nice to see you. We might have to ruin that sleep schedule, DM. We need you at the streams all the time, DM. By the way, this is the Cobalt Turquoise. Oh, nice, Kai. Nice, Kai. That's kind of you. So this is what I'm gonna check to see if this works instead of Cobalt Teal. I suspect this is the same as Cobalt Teal color, but you know, we'll see how it goes. This is the other big, one of the other big colors, transparent red oxide that we're making today, for what I'm using, and then other ones are pretty strictly test colors. This should be similar to my Pyrrole Red, but it's way too expensive. I didn't realize this 20 grams of this was $19, so I'm probably not going to go with this in the future. But this is I'm expecting this to be a warmer version of my Pyrrole Red. But also we got a yellow ochre that comes very. We'll say it has a lot of good reviews. This Blue Ridge Yellow Ochre. Thanks, DM. DM, you sleep well. Thanks for stopping by. Nice to see you again. Have a wonderful sleep. But yeah. Thank you. We're just going to wait a few minutes before we start. All right. So yeah, we're going to we're making oil paints today. In case people are want to learn. So we're gonna go over the safety stuff again. Done this twice before on stream. Main reasons to make your own oil paint, we'll just start off with that, is you get a lot more bang for your buck. As in, you can, paints are significantly cheaper, in some cases up to like 75 to 80% cheaper for the same amount of paint. The other big advantage of making your own oil paints is avoiding fillers and additives, which could make your paints less effective. So not only is it cheaper, but your paints can also be stronger. You also gain access to a lot more colors. So, for example, these four colors from Rublev are not offered on their range, but they're offered in pigments. So and this pigment is not offered by any company that I'm aware of. So it allows us to actually get access to a lot of other colors that we normally wouldn't. So, as well as being significantly cheaper. So the amount of paint that this will make, so this was $20 worth of pigment. This will allow me to make, if I were to buy it in Cobalt Teal from the brands I usually do, would cost roughly $60 to $70 for what this would make. So we're going to use that. The only other things we need is aged refined linseed oil. And for the ochres and umbers, we also use something called bodied oil or stand oil, which is just basically it's linseed oil that's started the drying process on, so it has different flow properties to it. Okay. So we use this for certain of these pigments. Hi Mudworks. Hi Greenbag. Hi Jay. Thank you so much, Mudworks.
This place has class.
Cyber Techno, I thought you already followed me. Regardless. Well, thank you, Mr. Salt.
What the fuck is that?
The fuck is what, Jay? Coming in here like that? Coming in hot? Thank you, Mr. Salt. Well, that's kind of you. Welcome in, everybody. Amber, how are you? Yeah, I thought you were following Cyber Techno. That's all right. Well, we're going over the paints we're making today. He's back. I'm back, everybody. You're not imagining this, I promise.
Beautiful.
Ooh, somebody found the new redeems. We have a positive one.
Badly.
Greenbag getting his fix. Well, thanks for being here, Amber.
Boo this man!
You do have catching up to do. I detoxed everybody. Now I got to enable all their addictions back again. Yeah, I've seen Amber around in a few of the streams. I completely believe that. Well, so we're gonna go over the paints. We'll do it again. That we're making today. Some of the materials and the safety stuff. But the big ones we're making today are transparent red oxide. So this is a transparent paint that, or transparent properties, a darker red that has, so it's not opaque whatsoever and has different mixing properties. This is cobalt turquoise, which is going to be like my cobalt teal, I think. Saves quite a bit of money and, get to make it without the additives and fillers. We have scarlet red, which I'm probably not going to do in the future because this was way too expensive. But it's supposed to be like a warmer version of my Pyrrole red. We have yellow ochre, which is a very classical color, very cheap as well. But this one has this specific yellow ochre has very good reviews. And then we have a few test ones. Get it, Greenbag, while you can. Now we have these these are test colors. I don't really have much hope for them, but they were cheap, and we're going to try them out anyways. So So we're just going to use the pigments. We need refined aged linseed oil. That's what we mix them with. And in some case, bodied oil or linseed oil. So this is not oil that has come from my body, but this is the industry term. I missed all you too. No horchata today because I can't taste anything yet due to the COVID. So I'm just on water. My body oil is generally this thick. I do have the Rona, unfortunately. So other materials we need, we have this butt plug, also called a molar. We have our grinding plate, so this glass has been roughed up, like the bottom of this butt plug. And so this is what we're gonna grind together. Safety, regarding safety, grinding on the plug. I bet it does, Jay. You did hear butt plug guard. You did. This is a glass molar, and I got an extra large one. Looks like a butt plug. Exactly, Mudworks. We be grinding. We only be grinding here. So, one word of warning for anybody who wants to attempt this, I'll say this every time. Whenever you have dry pigment not mixed with oil, make sure you wear a N95 mask or higher. So one that will protect from dust inhalation. So almost all oil pigments are non-toxic by consumption, but almost all of them are extremely dangerous if you breathe them in. Don't eat the pigment, but it won't kill you. Breathing it in will kill you. Will eventually kill you. Yeah, so Jay, the butt plug is used for grinding the paint. You'll see. So, but make sure whenever you have dry pigment around, you're wearing at least an N95 mask. Well, Jay, cadmium pigment has a FDA-proven cancer link, and there are other as a result of my trip to France and seeing all these paintings in person, I am going to start using lead-based paints. I actually ordered some. And so there are, yes, it's become too apparent that I need to start using specifically lead white in my painting, so I ordered some. So cadmium is not toxic by consumption, Garg, but by breathing in. By breathing in cadmium pigment has a proven cancer link. So I'm not using any cadmium pigments, but that won't stop me in the future. But all these paints, so like even the yellow ochres have heavy metals in them that if they get in your lungs will not leave your lungs. And so they're not to be taken lightly. On the safety front, always wear a mask when you have dry pigments out. Once they are covered in oil and we make a paste, then you're fine. Yes, protect your lungs. Thank you, Amber. So, other than that, we got tubes. The tubes, and I had a crimper. I had a device for crimping that I forgot to bring up. One second. Yeah, you do, regarding cadmium, cigarettes do put cadmium in your lungs. Oh, not that one. So yeah. So even though smoking looks really cool, It will kill you. Well, I couldn't find the big crimper. Okay. So we got something to crimp the tubes. Alright, so we're gonna put on the mask. And now what paint do we want to do first, everybody? We can do the cool turquoise one. We could do transparent red oxide. We could do this red. Do the yellows. Turquoise. Turquoise it is, Jay. Turquoise the crowd for favorite. Okay. So mask is on. Alright, so we're going to make a paste, and we're going to use this age-refined linseed oil. We're going to use it. So this is my regular palette that I'm going to make the paste on, and then we're going to transfer it over to the grinding plate. So just for this, we're just going to use a spatula. We'll use a spatula, okay? All right, let's do this. So, mask is on once again. So now look at that. So now we are just going to we're going to put out a whole fuck ton of this because I'd like to make it close to a full tube as possible. This is interesting. This pigment feels different than others. Actually, let's do a little bit more. Okay. All right. So then we're going to grab a credit card and cut this into lines. No, we're going to take some oil. And now we're just going to mix this up and do a paste. But we're going to try and veer on the side of too little oil to begin with. Because I don't know the exact amount that this pigment requires, but we'll get a feel for it as we mix. But the only goal here is to make a paste initially. Okay, we'll go a little bit more oil. This is not Blue Raspberry Fun Dip, I assure you. Might have added too much oil after I warned. Because usually what happens is once you start grinding this, it loosens up quite a bit. Yeah, I added too much oil. Not the end of the world, though. And this wouldn't be enough for a tube anyway, so we gotta add more pigment to this. Wink! This is a tasty looking color. The texture is much different than I've encountered before. This is my first cobalt paint that I've encountered. Or not encountered, that I've made. This is like oddly like stringy. What does this feel like? This feels like it has a texture like it's one I haven't encountered before. It feels like cornstarch. Which is very unusual. Kind of gross. See how this is like kind of like stringy? I don't know if you can see that well. So we're just trying to make sure that all this has at least some basic mixture with the oil. Okay. So I might need to use a different scraper.
This place has class.
S Boop Boop, thank you for the follow. It does look like good frosting, doesn't it? But don't eat this goddamn paint. You sons of bitches.
Badly.
Not your dad. You don't know that, green bag. Hi, Jane. Nice to see you again. Okay. We are making more paint. Have you made your paint yet? Oh, you haven't had time? Okay. Oh, hi, Jane. Yeah. Well, I guess things could be worse than that. Well. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take some of this paint, not all of it, but we're going to transfer it over to this grinding plate. Okay. So then we take our molar Alright, we're going to place it right on top, and now we're going to apply some pressure, but we're going to grind. So what this does is, because both surfaces have abrasive surfaces, this will allow the oil to coat all the pigment and like further refine the textures of it. Don't tempt me, Jay. Don't tempt me. This one requires quite a bit of force, though. So what we're going to do is we're going to consolidate again. Oh. How were you expecting it, Greenbag? So, but we're just trying to make sure that all this pigment is coated in oil through this process. Okay. And we'll consolidate again. Try not to put your fingers in there. We are making a mess. Oh, hi, Miss Napalm. Oh, he has a very impressive butthole. Or they have an impressive butthole. Nice to see you, Miss Napalm. I was lurking you while you're working on your Legos today. So, just making circular motions. Applying some pressure with the butt plug. And then what we're going to do is clean this off. We're going to transport it back over here. Oh, no worries, Miss Napalm. Wait, disconnect sound. There's a disconnect sound? Now we're going to transport the stuff that we have at mold back over here. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's this one is very tacky. So loosened up, but not like It is actually quite difficult. We broke another one.
Nice.
Hold on. I'm just so strong and masculine that I broke another one. I will not get it together. I told you I'm coming back with a vengeance. No longer need the mask. Okay. Well, let's get back to Mullen. That's like the 5th one I broke. Alright. So, yeah, this one is a bit harder to mold than I expected. Could be because I went light on oil, but I didn't think I did. Shit. Let's reconsolidate. But you can kind of see it's, oh, I hope you can see, I should say. I can see it's gotten more glossy since I've started to mull it.
Merry Christmas to everyone out there.
But that's mostly because of... Oh, June. Hi, June. Thank you. That's kind of you. June, how are you? Thanks for joining me. Always love having your company here, June. And that crow, that burb, is fucking fantastic. What's up, Cypher? Oh. So let's reconsolidate some of this over here. Now, if you don't like messes, making oil paint is probably not for you. But if you're a shit pig like me, it's not that big of a deal. But I'm doing well, Cypher. Little sick, but doing well. But I hope you can see that the gloss is changing on this. And we're going to clean this off. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna take all the consolidated paint and mix it together and do another mole. So we have consistency. It does look like a butt plug, doesn't it, June? I assure you. Actually, I make no promises. So now we're just going to mix all this together. But now it's like, instead of the texture is now loosened up quite a bit. The butt plug has loosened up the paint quite a bit. And oil is kind of now has surrounded all the pigment. So at this point, the paint is usable, like normal oil paint. I had a really great time in France. So yeah, I could start talking about that a little bit. So we started off in Paris. So I took the trip with my sister. And we landed at like 8 in the morning, Paris time, but I didn't get any sleep. But we had an Airbnb, but our check-in wasn't till the afternoon. I can, June. So we stored our luggage in these lockers, and then we went to the d'Orsay right away. The d'Orsay has a lot of Impressionists specifically, so they had a lot of Monet, they had Renoirs, they had Degas, they had Sisley's, some more Morisot's. So I got to see all those. Yeah, Monet lived up to the hype quite a bit. They also had a Van Gogh exhibit as well. But the Monet stuff was amazing, to say the least. So Monet was great. Frankly, I wasn't a huge fan of Renoir stuff. I saw him at a few museums. Degas stuff was amazing in person. Yeah, the first day. Hi, Fruity Moo. And so then, so I got to see all that stuff on day one. We were pretty tired, and then on the second day, we went to a museum called L'Orangerie, or the Orange, as I've been told it's called. And there we saw, I saw more Renoirs. They had some Monets as well. I also saw a lot of Manets at both museums, actually. It was really awesome to see. We also saw it was a really fun trip. Kali. So many friends. So yeah, I got to see all those in person. Then we went to on the third day in Paris, we went to the Rodin Museum, where I got to see a John Singer Sargent portrait in person, which was fucking amazing. It really was Miss Napalm. And John Singer Sargent lived up to the hype, but the Rodin Museum is largely a sculptural museum. I did I did squeal like a small child. I did get at L'Orangerie. I did hi Bubble Biscuit, Blisket. At L'Orangerie, I got shushed, and I got told off by the museum staff that I was getting too close to the paintings, like every American should. So that was cool. So then I got shushed really hard. Oh, no worries, June. I was trying to get close, Greenback, to see the texture. And then I got shushed having a friendly conversation with somebody. A really aggressive shush. But it's all right. I told him off and continued talking as loudly as I wanted. And then I was dragged out by security. Yeah, they did, Jake. They did. This is a bit of an ASMR stream. Speaking of paint ASMR, don't forget to check out my OnlyFans. No, Fruity Mood, this is Cobalt Turquoise. Cobalt Turquoise. Turquoise. Precisely, Greenback. Greenback's one of my biggest supporters on my OnlyFans. He's a real perv. All the weird angles on that OnlyFans. All the weird angles. This is a bit of a workout. It is a little provocative. How you doing, Mift? I'm trying to make about 50 milliliters volume-wise. Let's do this. Fruity Moon. I try to make about 50 milliliters because that's what my tubes will hold. But certain paints have certain, I'll say, volumetric differences. So I probably used 80 grams of pigment for this amount. Somewhere around there. No worries, Jay. So the reason why I mix my own paints, there's a couple reasons, Jay. So the main reasons I chose to do it was quality control. So a lot of paints have, that was close, have fillers in it, like chalk, and different things that extend the pigment that make paints weaker. Okay, that make them not like as strong of paints. And sometimes there's other additives in them that aren't, the additives are usually not a problem, but this is just the way that I know that there's only oil and pigment in my paints. Okay. Secondary benefit is it saves a ton of money. Exactly, Mudworks. That's exactly it. fillers aren't necessarily a bad thing because they do make paints more affordable. But I got super annoyed a few times with my paints, specifically yellows, where they didn't have any tinting strength. They were pissing me off. And so then I started investigating this route. It saves a ton of money though. So if I were to buy this color as a pre-made paint, I'd probably spend about double for this exact one. And some other ones I'd save almost as much as 80%. It can be, Kali. So you can save a crap load of money, a royal fuck ton of money on your paints. And then the third thing, so June, this tub of cobalt turquoise was $20 to give you perspective. Okay. If I were to buy this paint for this much amount, it would probably be in the range of $50. And I didn't use the entirety of this tube of pigment. Okay. And I know it's going to be stronger. And but the last benefit is I get a much higher color selection now, because not every company makes, every pigment that they have access to. So now I could buy pigments from companies that companies don't make in paints. Yeah. The savings is huge. So like, for example, this cobalt turquoise is not offered by any brands. This is similar to cobalt teal, but like Rublev or Natural Pigments, the company I bought this pigment from, does not offer this as one of their colors. They offer it as a pigment, but they don't offer it as a paint. So making my own also allows me to do this. Well, I hope so, Miss Napalm. So this allows me to open up my paint range as well. And I also, once again, knowing I'm going to get high quality paints doing this, I know that the paints I'm making are going to be as strong as tinting as the pigment allows, because I'm not adding any fillers, and I'm not adding anything else that will weaken it. So yeah, it's a win-win-win to make your own. So I will mention the negatives again though. So the main negative is safety. Like I said, the most dangerous thing with most oil paints is inhaling pigment. So when I have dry pigment exposed, I am wearing an N95 mask. Okay? Because inhaling pigments can lead to deadly diseases. Specifically with cadmiums, have a cancer link to inhaling them in your lungs. No snorting pigment, Miss Napalm. The other negative aspect, to some, not to all, is I cannot achieve the same. Achieve the same texture that a company can achieve with a 3mm roller. A 3mm roller is the machine that they use to manufacture paint. You've probably seen videos of paint rolling off of those three round, metal tubes, and those are called 3mm rollers. With those, you can achieve like fluffier textures, and things that I just can't achieve doing it this way. Thankfully, I don't give a shit about that. But to some people, that is important. Okay? So, now we are going to go to tubing. So this is our paint yield from that. A little bit less than I expected, but that's not the end of the world. So we have our empty tubes. Okay, so you see this end's empty. Why does this butt plug have an erection? We got our empty tubes here. Sorry. So we're just gonna fill this tube with paint. So we're gonna take another spatula. I will do that, June. So we're just gonna put some of this on our spatula and we're just gonna shove it in this hole. Shove it right in there. Miss Napalm, I only use age-refined linseed oil for the paints that I'm for this. Now, for umbers and ochres, I will use an additional oil, which is basically stand oil, but in the industry, it's called bodied oil. Okay, it is linseed oil. Bodied oil is just linseed oil that the drying process has already started. Has a different texture, it has different drying properties, but is recommended to use for that. She's not using that spatula. Yeah, so we're just gonna shove all this in here. And we're gonna tap it down. And you get to hear the tube ASMR. I get these tubes in pinks. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you could paint them. Art is a very expensive hobby. I just actually bought my most expensive pig. Does anyone want to guess what the most expensive pigment is that I just bought? Contest. So the problem, Fruity Moo, with acrylics is that the nature of the acrylic binder has to dilute the pigments down quite a bit as is. So you're never gonna, unfortunately with acrylics, you can never get the pigment load that oils achieve. Unfortunately. Due to the nature of the medium itself. Cobalt is there. This is a cobalt turquoise guard. Well, Cyber Techno, if you got into pastels, some people do that with pastels. Oh, gotcha. No worries, June. Have a good rest. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry, I'm just trying to get all this overflow so I don't waste it. I mean, that's Fruity Moo, you're getting into why people use oils in the first place. As a medium, the paints are the richest, as in like they hold the most pigment, and most pigments are compatible with oils as a binder. Not every pigment, but most. Because there are pigments that won't work with oils. There are pigments that won't work with acrylics. It's just the nature of solubility with regards to the medium. Nice, Fruity Moo. So, my only thing with water soluble oils, never mix your paints with water. Don't use water as a medium for water soluble oils, okay? It will ruin your color, and it will hurt your the film, the oil film that develops. But it's a big help. They're not like they have mediums for them to use. Well, Fruity Moo, I don't use solvents when I paint either. So, you know, you can paint with oils without solvents. It is actually considered best practice to not use solvents while you paint with oils. So the only point I use solvents in my painting is for sketching, but I don't need to use it for that. And I don't clean my brushes with solvent either. I don't clean my brushes. Well, there are ways to do that, Fruity Moo, but unfortunately with oils, the only way you're going to get accelerated drying is with either alkyds or solvents, both of which have dangerous fumes. Exactly. That's what I do, Mudworks. I just suck on the brushes. What do you think I do on my OnlyFans? But so we're just cleaning the edges of this because we're going to seal this next. So we're probably somewhere around here for paint, which is not bad. We didn't get to that 50 milliliter mark. So that's kind of good to know about this paint, that it kind of has a lower yield. Yeah, I get your Fruity Moo. Alright, so let's grab fresh paper towels. So now we're going to seal it. So how we're going to seal this is we are going to bend the tube, and we're going to try and bend it close. Because some of this will coming out the top, which is just the unfortunate side of this process. But we're going to try and keep the air out of this, get as much air out of this as possible. I'm giving it a good goosing, Fruity. I'm giving it a good goosing. Okay. But we're going to try and get the air out of this. Unfortunately, we're going to lose some paint because of this process. It's an unfortunate aspect of this. Unfortunately, not that I'm aware of, because usually when paints do this, Kali, or companies do this, they feed the paint into a big hopper that like will just put like a prong into the tube and then fill it up like that, so they don't have these issues. Thanks, Fruity Moo. Thanks for stopping by. So, you know, we're gonna have a little bit of loss here as we seal it up. but it just happens, unfortunately. So if I had like a prong that could, like a syringe, that could, shoot the paint at the bottom. If I wanted to go through that and clean it after every time, that could be an option, but we're not, losing an incredible amount of paint here. I mean, we are losing some. But, the cleaning for that other process, we would also lose paint. So if I was making, like, let's just say if I was making 20 tubes of this at a time, yes, I would invest in something like that. But since I'm only doing one at a time, that cleanup process, I'd lose way too much paint versus this.
Merry
Oh, thank you,
Christmas to
Mudworks.
everyone out there.
Thank you. God, I should make everybody a mod and they'd start subbing. That's the game. Alright, so now you pinch this off. Sorry, I'm just being very clean about this. So now what we're gonna do is we're just going to fold this, we're gonna do one. So we're gonna take our pliers, our crimping pliers, and we're gonna crimp it. You don't have to crimp it a lot, but we're just gonna crimp it at the bottom here. So we're just gonna put this on here and squeeze the shit out of it. Okay. And you'll see a little bit more paint comes out. And then we're gonna fold this over. Fold this over. We're going to squeeze the shit out of it again. There's got paint on the crimper. And you could fold this as much as you want, you just don't need to. Most companies only fold this over twice. Crimp it, so we'll fold it over one more time. Wipe away the excess paint that just somehow still manages to come out. Oh, I ripped my glove. Cool. Scantles. Oh my god, I'm peeping. I'm peeking out. We'll just crimp that last time. And then we have a sealed tube of paint of cobalt turquoise. So then I made some handy dandy labels. So there it is. And we'll place that label on here like that. Tube number 1 done. We have a tube of cobalt turquoise, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary folk. And now we clean. And we'll do the same thing with another paint. This is probably the most annoying part of this entire process, is cleaning. But part of the deal. So we're going to use some solvent to clean. Get a big This one's a little bit messier than others, but that's okay. Okay. And so you don't want to do the final cleaning with a paper towel because it could leave lint. So I'm using a microfiber towel to do the cleaning, the last part of the cleaning. So fresh and so clean. Because you don't want other paints getting in, mixing with each other. So microfiber towels are very necessary, a part of this process. Or, I'm not going to say wholly necessary, but they make the final part of the cleaning a lot easier. We got naked hands again. Because I ripped that glove and they got exceptionally dirty. Okay. Now we get to do another one. Clean. So like, as you can see, the cleanup isn't even that bad. And we'll put this paint with our, the rest of our paints. So cobalt turquoise done. this off just to be clean. Okay. All right, so now I need a fresh pair of gloves. All right. So now we gotta do the next color. So what color do we want to do next? We can do... Alright, so we have transparent red oxide, we have scarlet red, we have yellow ochre, I'll say for the next ones. First one to say color gets a choice. Red oxide, there we go. So this is transparent red oxide. This napalm beat you to it. Alright. Sorry, I support fights between my viewers. Okay. Well, dark red you shall get, Miss Napalm. Alright, so we're putting back on the mask. And now let's do this. So same thing again. So you could see that. Sorry. So you can see the difference. You're going to see the difference in how this pigment acts. It's like a finer powder. It's like less clumped up than the other one. It will probably require less oil. You're probably going to get a higher yield out of this. So we'll start off with that. We'll add more as needed. Alright, let's wipe that off. Let's make a well. Okay. This feels like a very fine sand. So we're going to start, once again, we're going to try and start off with less oil than we need. But if we add too much oil, we will just add more pigments. So we're going to start off with just trying to make a thick paste. Yeah, this one feels a lot different than the Cobalt Turquoise. Okay, so needs a lot more oil. Yeah, this one, it's interesting how different the pigments are. Because this one feels, what does this one feel? This actually reminds me of like cocoa powder. Like, even though I know it looks like it, but like it, how like cocoa powder kind of mixes, where the other one felt more like cornstarch. They really are. Oh, this one just needs a lot of oil. Yes, Greenbag, this is totally chocolate. This is just soaking up so much oil. Is that so, Jay? So once again, though, I have exposed pigment out, so I'm wearing my mask. I do not want to breathe any of this in. We always go back for more, Jay. We always go back for more. A little
Badly.
more oil. Get your fix. We detoxed you, now you're relapsing. The only reason I took that trip, Greenbag, was to detox you. Just a goddamn junkie. So we can already see the differences, though, with like, well, it's been apparent for a while, how much more oil this one has taken than the other one. But I imagine once I start mulling this, this will loosen up quite a bit. We got any more of them Bedleys. No worries, Miss Napalm. It really is. It's surprising how much oil. This has taken at least double the amount of oil than the Cobalt Turquoise did. Usually transparent paints too are don't require that amount of oil. Yeah, like Ben Shapiro. It's true. Jesus Christ. You're right. Just so everybody knows, this is a very anti-Ben Shapiro stream. God, look, like, I've used so much more oil on this one, but I'm afraid that if I add more, it's going to loosen up so much when I mull it. Isn't it kind of cool seeing the color, though, come out of this? It does. It looks like it does look like chocolate. I should probably just add a touch more. They do, Frog, but we shouldn't eat the goddamn oil paint. Question is this going to be enough for a tube? I think I need to make more. You know what I'm going to do, though, first, before I add more? We're going to mull some of this and see how it loosens up. So we'll take, ooh. We're gonna mold that, and we're gonna see if this gets like a lot looser. Because I have a suspicion that if I add more oil than that, it's going to need to so it loosened up already. There is nothing like glass on glass. Come on. Okay, now this needs more oil, I think. You can see it loosened up a little bit, but it's still too, like, grainy. So, that's good to know. So what we're gonna do? Welcome back, Miss Napalm. All right. So much oil. I'm shocked at how much oil this one needs. Question is this going to be enough for the tube? Do we make more, or do we add more? I do think I need to add more oil. Let's add a little bit more oil. Lunap? What does that mean? Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Welcome back. I thought that was an L. So, do I want to make more? You're not eating this, Mudworks. Not on my watch. I'll let Greenbag eat it. But not a mod. I can't lose another mod. We made iron chocolate. Oh, that sounds really good right now. I can't taste anything, so all food sounds really good. Oh, really? Maybe I'll get some tomorrow. I'm really in the mood for pizza, is what I'm craving. God, so much oil. Shocked at how much oil this takes. Yeah, Miss Napalm. I wish I could taste pizza right now. That's what I'm craving. Tomatoes, cheese, bread, melted. A Chicago deep dish. That's what I want. I have not had a paint that has required this much oil. This is more than burnt umber. Oil it up. We're getting oily, baby. Okay, now we're gonna start to mold this. This one was oddly difficult to even get to this point. All right. Okay. Okay. Take two. She is a ruthless mod. Watch out, Lost Traveling. Consolidate. Oh, thank you, Honeybee. Oh, hey, nicely. Thank you for the raid.
Merry Christmas. to
Welcome,
everyone out
everybody. Thank you, Honeybee, for the sub. Patrick Richards, thank you for the follow. Cthulhu.
This place has class.
Thank you for the follow. Joseph Bell, thank you for the follow. Hi, Bracket.
This
Martin
place
Eduardo,
has
thank you for the
class.
follow. Art of Thanatos, thank you for the follow as well.
This place has
Tiny
class.
Meows, thank you for the follow. How is everybody? Thank you
This
again,
place has
Honeybee.
class.
Obliterous, thank you for the follow.
This place has class.
Hi, everybody.
This place
This
has
is a real
class.
pig list. Sketch No Yes, thank you for the follow. Survey More Land, thank you for the
This
follow.
place has
Hi,
class.
ladies.
That's a fact.
Oh, random historical paint facts?
This place has class.
All right. Son of a bitch, green bag. I'm coming for you. I won't lose this time. All right, we got a random historical paint fact. So much class. All right, what do we... Thank you so much for the raid. Holy shit, thank you. Thanks for the follow, everybody. Wants to destroy all humans. All right. I could be down with that. Not this time, green bag. I'm back and I'm pissed. Alright, so random historical paint fact for all this group. Well, I mold this paint with this big butt plug. Let's see, what would be a good one that I learned? Okay, here's an interesting fact. So, oh my, thank you, Cthulhu. Fuck. Holy shit, thank you. That's so kind of you. Oh my god, so Patrick Richards, thank you. The fuck? That's so kind of. It's kind of both of you. Thank you for the sub, Honeybee, too. Martino Edwards, thank you so much. Fuck. Hold on, Lost Traveling, thank you for the follow.
This place has
You're
class.
already following me. Thank you so much. You did hear the word butt plug, TM Spencer. This is a molar that looks like a giant glass butt plug. And we use this to grind paint together. Thank you so much. Cthulhu, thank you again. Holy shit. It's very used. This isn't paint. I'm just cleaning it. Thank you so much, Cthulhu. Holy shit, that's so kind of all of you. Thank you, Lady 2, for the raid. They do look like a huge plug. Holy shit, that's so kind of all of you. Patrick Richards, Cthulhu, Martino Edwards, Honeybee, thank you so much.
What the fuck is that?
Thank you, Patrick Richards. Holy shit. Sir Samuel, thank you for the follow. That's so kind of all of you. Holy shit.
This place has class.
So yeah, we're making oil paint. Well, thank you, Armpit. If it is that red, somebody needs to see doctor. We making leather? No, we are making transparent red oxide oil paint. Oh, holy shit.
Fuck the fucking fuckers.
Thank you, Anonymous. Artistic Sick, thank you for the
This
follow.
place
IPG
has
Knobgoblin,
class.
thank you for the follow. Holy shit, Cthulhu, thank you so much.
This place has class.
So nice of all of you. This is my second ever hype train. Holy shit, thank you guys. It's so kind of all of you. Yeah, so I'm making oil paints here. And what we're doing is we made a paste right here of the pigment and oil. And now what we're doing is we're doing something called mulling, which is grinding the paint Holy shit, Martino Edwards. Thank you. God, they're so kind. Holy shit. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. Level 4 hype train. Holy shit. Tiny Mouse, thank you. Thank you for the bits. Wow, it's so kind of all of you. But so what this grinding does is we're trying to ensure oil gets around every bit of the pigment to ensure that it binds correctly. Oh my god, thank you, Miss Napalm. All band. Holy shit, thank you. How are you doing, bud? Thank you so much. Mr. Salt. Lily. That's so kind of all of you. Holy shit, bracket. What the fuck? Why are you all being so kind to me? This doesn't make sense. Well, thank you, Miss Napalm. Bracket,
This
thank you
place
so
has
much for the follow.
class.
Holy shit. My Dexios, thank you for the follow. You guys know I'm an asshole, right? just paint better. This is all. Oh my god, you guys are so good. Mr. Slow, thank you. Patrick Richards, thank you for Lily, again. Holy shit, thank you, Lily. Really appreciate it, Lily. Thank you all. Holy shit.
Badly.
Well, thank you, Mudwoods. I stole a historical pain fact. Thank you, Mudworks. I need to go on vacation more often. Oh my god, this is so kind, everybody. Holy shit. Thank you so much. It's really kind and generous of everybody. Well, I appreciate it. So I got some new historical paint
Time
facts.
to unfuck this.
Time definitely is, Cthulhu. Thank you for the subs, Cthulhu. I really appreciate it. All right, so for a lot of Renaissance painters, they would make large paintings commissioned by the church or by other rich people in the group. What I found out is that Lily. Thank you, Lily. Well, Miss Napalm, if you need help picking out, figuring out the materials, I'm happy to help. I can tell you where I got this butt plug. Thank you so much, Lily. Mudworks, Cthulhu, Patrick Richards, Martino Edwards, Salt, All Mankind. Sorry if I forgot anybody. I'm happy to help. Lily, thank you again. So freaking kind of all of you. Okay, so famous painters like Rubens, Rembrandt, others in like the Italian Renaissance era, they would run workshops where they would do paintings for the aristocracy and the church. But how it is actually painted, it wasn't Rubens who was painting the entirety of the painting. How comes it leaves a gorgeous... That's because, Tiny Meows, that's because this is a transparent paint. So you're seeing the actual color, like the color as it gets spread out more across this grinding plate.
Merry Christmas.
So it is the nature of the pigment. Oh my god, Jess! Thank you so much for the raid, Jess. And thank you for the sub. Holy shit. That's so kind to you.
Merry Christmas to everyone out there.
Joseph Bell. Thank you for the sub. Holy sh... What is going on? Well, so Miss Napalm, it is kind of like that. They would design the...
Christmas to everyone out there.
Holy shit, we got level 5. Lost Traveling, thank you for the sub. Joseph Belt, thank you. Oh my god, no. Holy shit. Thank you so much. And please, if anyone here is not following the nice lady over there, thank you, Transmogony. If anybody's not following the nice lady, which I suspect most of you are, please follow her. Except I love. I'm not good with emotions. Never heard of her. She's very nice. And an extremely talented painter. Extremely great painter. Might have to bracket.
Badly.
We are going to be painting, though. We're going to be painting this. Painting this guy tomorrow. This is Rudy. And don't worry, this guy deserved to die. I will not tell you where I got the skull, but this person deserved death. Just saying. Tis Rudy. Thank you, Transagony. But yeah, we're gonna be doing a lot of painting from very much so bracket. Still death, painting from death. We're gonna continue that on the next stream. Jess, thank you so much. Please go have a wonderful night. I really appreciate it, Jess. Much love. You're always so kind to me. It's nice to be back. Thank you everybody for the hype train.
This place has class.
So incredibly kind of everybody. Cthulhu, thank you so much. Joseph Bell, thank you for the subs. Okay, so getting back to the historical paint fact. So Rubens and Rembrandt ran these workshops where they would farm out a lot of the paintings. So they make these huge paintings for the church and aristocracy, and they would do the designs, but almost all the painting was not painted by them, but they'd be attributed to them. So, and it would even be as simple as like there'd be people who would paint as a profession, but they were freelance, and they'd go to these workshops for the day, and they would just say, okay, paint these people in the background of this painting, and they would just do that. Because some of these paintings would be as large as a house, and I'm not embellishing that at all. I was just at the d'Orsay Museum 2 weeks ago, and they had paintings that were over 25 feet tall, and they would make them in a very very automated way, and they would also make copies of them after they made the original. Oh, TM Spencer, thank you for the sub, and please go get some rest. It's a very pretty circle. Okay. Oh no, I'm make it paint transmogony. So they would make these copies, but they'd all be attributed to like Rubens or Van Eyck or all these groups when they might not have even done a single paint stroke on the painting. It's very interesting to learn about and actually kind of disappointing. But when you saw how large some of these paintings are, it also made sense for them to have been able to do that. I do make my own paints. We are making transparent red oxide is the name of this pigment. We also made, earlier in the stream, we made cobalt teal, cobalt turquoise. We made this color earlier. Thank you everybody for this hype train. That was amazing. Well, thank you, Transmogony. What's up, Biggs? How you doing, bud? Hi, Dia. It does. It was done by Da Vinci's apprentice. Can you see it at one point? Yeah. The blue is also very cool, Patrick, but Miss Napalm, yeah, that's how like a lot of it went. Where sometimes like they would just paint like the hands or the ears or something. Idea. But so yeah, I actually just was on a trip to France I took a trip with my sister. We went to go see museums. We also saw some rugby matches for the Rugby World Cup. And it was awesome. I did, Lily, but until I got sick where I couldn't really taste anything or taste well for about the second half of the trip, unfortunately. I didn't get the bed bugs, honeybee, but we did get warned about that in Paris. That happened when we were in Lyon. I did eat a lot of bread and cheese. Thank you, Lily. I am getting better, though. I am getting better. But seeing the museums was well worth the trip on its own. We went to the d'Orsay, the Rodin, the Léondrie. I'm hoping I'm doing that name justice enough. We also went to the Lyon Museum of Fine Arts. We also saw the Lyon Roman. They have Roman ruins in the city of Lyon. And we went to that museum, which was actually a surprisingly awesome museum. Yeah, no, Paris, we literally got a warning on our phones about bed bugs in Paris. But it was after we left, thankfully. And we were staying at an Airbnb, too. But yeah, so right now we're just trying to get the oil all around this pigment, and it will change the texture of this paint. As we do this more and more. Thank you, Bracket. No worries at all. But if anybody has any questions about what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, what's the meaning of life, why am I so good looking, I'm happy to answer any of these. Well, Transmogony, I'm going to be doing more colors, so but there's not much of a difference well, in the steps, because all I did was mix the pigment with oil into a paste right here, and then and now we're mulling everything together, and we're going to mix it together to make sure it's homogeneous. Oh, interesting, Tiny Meows. What's a hypotenuse, Greenbag? Hypotenuse is the long side of a right-angled triangle, which length is equivalent to the sum of the square root of the squares of both other sides. Transmogony, it can be if you buy the pigment in non-powdered form. So I buy it already in like powdered forms, but if you bought it in a larger, in larger particle size, you might have to take it to a mortar and pestle to get it to a usable size. So that's what the apprentices at those studios would do pretty much all day, or at some point would be grinding paint, milling paint for the day's usage. Well, so Lily, the particle size of the pigment is actually very important. So the smaller the particle size, the more opaque the paint is, and the larger the particle size, the more transparent the paint is. So paints that are transparent in nature like this one actually have a fairly large particle size. Well, so transmogony. There is techniques for actually turning dyes, organic dyes, into paints, and that's called the lake process. That's where they take a dye, like in a water solution dye. So, like the Egyptians were in Chinese dynasty were the first that we were aware who did this, and they would. Thank you, Lily. But they would. What they would do is they would put in metallic salts into this dye mixture, and I believe they had to apply heat as well, and they could actually form a usable pigment from that method. And they added the term lake. So if you saw a paint that says like Madder Lake, it's because it was made in that manner. So there are paints still today that are made by this process. However, the big issue with a lot of these lake pigments is that they are not light fast. So for example, if I were to transmogony, I'll have the VODs up. The VODs will be up. I've done this on 2 previous streams that are on my YouTube. So if you do exclamation point links or socials, you can see my YouTube, and I go over. This is my 3rd stream making paints, and so I've done this plenty of times. I'm happy to explain it. There is a bell because of the video I'm playing. It's a Victorian raining with bells in the background. Sorry, train of thought. Particle size. Yeah. So if you go on my YouTube, I think the videos are just called Making Oil Paints.
This place has class.
But I go over everything. There is some very important safety considerations when making oil paints that you have to be aware of. But I go over them in every one. You like this one, Miss Napalm? I'm hoping this will be a good one for me. But we got to make sure that we mold it properly, or else this paint will have issues. That would work, Miss Napalm. Transparent paints work very well for glazing. Okay, some more of this. Oh, Transmogony, thank you for the follow. But yeah, so the entire process, Transmogony, is I literally will take the pigment, I'll make a thick paste out of it with oil. I'll just mix it with straight oil. And that's refined linseed oil is what I'm using for this. And then I'm doing what you see now. I'm molding it. And molding it is just to ensure that oil surrounds all the pigments so that it binds properly when we use it. But this paint right here is all usable paint now that it's been molded. I'm happy to, I can send you the exact website where I got all this, Miss Napalm. I can also tell you like the tools that you would need. So other big advantages though of making your own paint is that you know that the paint is going to be very strong if you don't mix in any fillers. So a lot of oil paint companies will mix in fillers into your paint to make them cheaper. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but they'll mix in chalk. And so chalk acts as a transparent pigment that doesn't change the color, but extends your current one, okay? But it also makes everything weaker. And you can look down your nose at people. Very true, Mudworks. That's what the oil painting game is all about. But so you can make very strong paints. You can save a lot of money doing it. And you get access to more colors because there are companies that just sell pigments that don't make oil paints that have pigments that you can't get anywhere else. Yeah, I know you're kidding, Mudworks. It's not about like. To me, it interests me because I like having paints that have very strong tinting power. I like having access to the different colored paints that I normally wouldn't, and then yeah, saving the money is very nice. But you just have to do a little extra work.
This place has class.
Black Hyphen, thank you for the follow. Tempting power. Well, Miss Napalm, I could show you ways, like, this glass that I'm using, Miss Napalm, is a glass cutting board from Amazon that was $20. Okay, the molar is the most expensive thing, but you can get a smaller one for $20. This one here, this larger one, cost me $60. But the glass itself is not expensive. So like you can get. Well, yeah, I just, I decided to, make all my paints, so I decided to get a bigger molar. But, that's all personal preference. Butt plug is expensive. So, oh yeah, tinting power. So, Mudworks, it's like, it really comes down to the color. But what happens is with the expensive pigments, the companies will use quite a bit of the extender pigments to make it affordable. So like cadmium colors, for example, they will mix in more than half. More than half of it would be chalk. And you can tell, like you could estimate how that might affect the tinting strength, right? Now some companies will know that that the pigment is very strong in the first place, and that they can put in extender pigments just to get more out of it when it's not going to make a difference. Like for example, adding chalk to phthalo blue is not going to really change anything because the pigment itself is so incredibly strong, tinting wise, relative to other ones, right? So that one, extenders don't really matter. Thank you, Transmogony. Yeah, so that's a big thing. So this is transparent red oxide, and so even though it's like hard to tell, but this pigment, the particle pigment size is larger than something very opaque like titanium white, which has very fine pigment, a very fine pigment size, but it makes it more opaque and behave different. So yeah, there's you know, there's a lot of differences that happen as a result of just particle size. But each pigment has its own different properties. Like, you know, there are certain pigments that dry faster than others. So for example, burnt umber can dry in a couple days, where a color like lamp black will take 3 weeks in oil. And that's just a difference in pigment. That's not a difference in anything else. In the same oil, made the same way, they have different drying times. Some pigments will react differently with other pigments. So, there are certain pigments when mixed with other ones will actually dry differently. They might actually get different colors. This was a bigger issue back in the day with some of those mineral ones that are like specifically vermilion. Had a few. But yeah, there's a lot of differences that happen just as a pigment. Well, have a great night, Lily. Thank you so much for the subs. It was so kind to you. Oh, I'm sorry, I did not. Does anyone want to take a guess? I just bought the most expensive pigment I got. Anyone want to take a guess? Hi, Zorthal. Something blue? Is that your guess? Miss Napalm, do you want to make a guess? Or Dia, do you want to make a guess? Blue color. Mudworks, what is the most last night I bought the most expensive pigment that I bought. You want to guess the color? Bonus points if you get the exact name. Mummy Brown, no, they don't make Mummy Brown anymore, Zorthal. They do make a synthetic version of it, though. But not the real one. The synthetic one is way cheaper. That was a real thing, Transmogony. It was not, Miss Napalm. Badly brown? No. It does start with a V, Mudworks. Wow. It does start with a V. Gotta be one of the blues? I don't know. The name of the color actually starts with a V. Valerian? No, that's not it. Blue? Not blue. Vindigo? No, not Vindigo, not violet. Mudworks was the closest. Mudworks was the closest with her first V guess. Vermilion? Nope. Viridian. Yep, Greenbag's got it. Viridian. Viridian green. Viridian Green is the most expensive pigment I bought. It's not the most expensive pigment, it's the most expensive pigment I bought. True Viridian Green. So I bought True Viridian Green yesterday. Does anyone want to make a guess how much one of these tubs cost of Viridian Green? So this is 100 grams or 4 ounces of Viridian Green. Not $160. Nope. It's not that expensive. Nope. Not $201. It's less than $100. Not 100. Price is Right rules. It was less than $100. I wouldn't spend that much. No, less than 85. Less than 75. All right, so now we're gonna put this paint in this tube. Hi, ZeldaCraft. It was $50. Yeah, no, it's not as bad. $50 for 100 grams. But there is a True Viridian Green is great. I still gotta make it though, yep. Alright, well, does anyone want to know the most expensive pigment that I am aware of? I can get your price on it too. Does anyone want to guess what the most expensive pigment I'm aware of is? It's not blue. Not blue. I'll look up the price too, 1 second.
What the fuck is that?
What the fuck is what, Tiny Meows? Does anyone want to guess what the most expensive pigment that I'm aware of is? I am tubing up the poops. That's where we put the paint, Tiny Meows. Okay. No, you cannot really get the snail purple anymore, Mudworks. But that would be it. But no, this is the one that is actively being sold. It is not the whitest white. Tiny Meows, I don't think it can. Yeah, Tyrion Purple. ZeldaCraft is Tyrion. Vanta Black, I'm not sure on Vanta Black actually. But that's not sold as an oil pigment. But I'll say the most expensive oil paint pigment that I'm aware of that is used for it. It's not malachite. Malachite is cheap. It's part of the ASMR. It's made of a mineral, but I wouldn't call it a semi-precious stone. Mudworks. It is not yellow, Miss Napalm. It is not lapis lazuli, ZeldaCraft, but close. It was one of the original pigment colors. I have talked about it on the stream before. It is not cobalt. Uranium? I mean, uranium is not an oil paint color. Correct, Mudworks. Do you guys want a hint on the color? It is not lead, but there are lead paints. The color is red. The color is a warm red. I might have made too much paint. What do you mean by one of the bad ones, Mudworks? Not burgundy, not cadmium. Oh, it's not cadmium, but here, another hint. It is deadly. The paint I'm talking about is deadly. By consumption. It is not one of the arsenic ones. Not ultramarine. Ultramarine is safe. You know the name, Mudworks. It is... Alright, I'm going to tell you guys. You guys ready? I'll tell you. It does not start with an A. Nope, Alizarin Crimson is not deadly. It does start with a V. It starts with a V, not Carmine Tiny Mouse. Or the pigment name starts with a V. The mineral name does not. Oh, I gotta use 2 tubes, huh? Vermilion, yeah. Vermilion. The mineral name, it's made from mercury. The mineral name is from cinnabar. All right, does anyone want to guess what 100 grams of cinnabar / vermilion will cost you? So this amount, this tub worth of vermilion, how much will that cost us? If we were to buy it right now. No, not $1 million. No, not $1 billion. You guys have no clue. People still use it for $1 billion. That's pretty good. More than $100, Mudworks. More than 230, Zeldacraft. Less than 690. Less than 420, Greenbag. Less than 420. But Greenbag's been the closest. You'll use your 5-finger discount. Greenbag's been the closest. 14 butts in your final offer. Oh, hi, Batty. Nice to see you. 313 more than 313, less than 419. Nice to see you, Batty. 350, a little bit more, Zeldacraft. A little bit more. Nice to see you, Batty. Less than 401. It is $374. Oh, no worries. I just got back. What's up, Fuzzy Dragon Books? $374. I did. I was in France. I had my France trip. It was really great. I did get COVID though. Well, thank you, Batty. It's nice to see you again. Thank you for the 1 bit, Fuzzy Dragon Boot. Books. Yeah, I'm already doing better. Well, thank you for the bits, Batty. That's kind of you. Thank you. I do like Fuzzy Dragon Boo. That's so kind of you, Batty. And thank you for the 1, Fuzzy Dragon Bucks. Well, that's all right. Are you doing well? Oh, I made a lot of this. So much oil. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it was. I filled up this tube almost entirely. Really sorry to hear that. If you want me to ban green bag to make you feel better, just say the word. Well, thank you, Fuzzy Dragon Books. I'm a bit of a paint maniac, as they say in the biz. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You don't need to hang out with the perverts. It's okay. There's a lot of perverts in there. Well, you're welcome, Daddy. I'm always here to help out if you need it, or if you need to talk, or like I said, if you want us to ban green bag, that's on the table. All right, cool. We will ban green bag. I was looking for an excuse to get rid of him anyways. Okay. Alright, let's close these sons of bitches up. But it's still nice to see it batting. All right, so we're pinching this off. All right. Oh, you get a little turd that comes out. Probably should have started off with the other one. But when you got 2 tubes, we actually could save this paint. Yep, that's what I'm going to do, Mudworks. So we don't have to waste all this paint. So just wipe while little bits of paint sneak out of here. You're just wiping it off. So Fuzzy Dragon, I don't make my own pigments. I buy the pigments and then make the paints from the pigments I buy. Making your own pigments requires a lot of materials. So a lot of pigments are synthetic. Make my own pigment. A lot of pigments are synthetic in nature, so you would need stuff for like controlled chemical reactions for a lot of them. So what I'm doing here, by the way, is I'm crimping the end of this. I heard that's what they use to make blue or yellow. Can't remember which used to be quite toxic. There are a few toxic paints still. Like there are lead-based paints that are still available. That expensive paint Vermilion is made from an element composed of mercury. So there are quite deadly paints still available. There are arsenic ones still available too. Orpiment specifically and Realgar are both arsenic-based pigments that are still around. Now you have to be kind of an a-hole to use the arsenic ones because there's no reason to. But the mercury-based one is still a good pigment, and the lead pigments are still really great. Yeah, there's quite a few historical pigments that were made from arsenic, specifically orpiment and Realgar. However, there was multiple famous green pigments that were made from arsenic. Specifically, Shields Green and Emerald Green were both made from arsenic. Well, the arsenic pigment did kill people. Like, it was on record. Emerald Green, the pigment Emerald Green, was used in wallpapers. And what happens is when the arsenic degrades, it actually releases a fume, a poisonous fume, that would kill people, and it was attributed to deaths in Europe. Okay. Alright, this tube is sealed. We crimped it. The green toxic glow. Yep. That was one they featured. That one was about Emerald Green, specifically. Alright, this one might be overfilled. Is your sidebar badly fixed? Yeah, I overfilled this one quite a bit. I should have pinched this one off first. Alright, we're gonna have a bit of a overflow here. Well, we made too much. We got some waste here. maybe start making my own paints, but they do. They have a very good channel for that. So Fuzzy Dragon, what made me start at least investigating making my own paints was that I wanted to. I got into using higher quality paints because I got super pissed off by a specific yellow paint from a brand I was using that had no tinting strength whatsoever. And then I started using higher quality paints, and it led me down the rabbit hole of like higher end paints. And so then I saw the prices that some of these paints are going, and then I noticed that one of the brands was selling pigments at a much cheaper rate, and then I figured out that I could make them for a lot cheaper, and then I also knew that I could control the quality of them quite a bit better, and I wouldn't have the variation that I have, and I could also get the specific colors that I wanted. So so that's what got me into it. And then I just, learned about it. Basically all that it took. For a paint maniac to make their own paints, that's all it took. You're welcome, Miss Napalm. And Miss Napalm, if you want help finding any of this materials, let me know. I'm happy to help you out. No, Fuzzy Dragon, I just, because I only use singular pigments for any of my paints, so I'm never going to do a mixture of paints. That's called a hue, and I try to avoid doing that, or I avoid doing that for the reasons of quality and consistency. Well, I can tell you, Fuzzy Dragon, I made basically a cyan earlier today. So you could find singular pigments like this one that are cyan. So right now we're just crimping this off. We'll wipe it down. Yep. So I made that one earlier today, Fuzzy Dragon. So the VOD's going to be up here on Twitch, but it's also I'm going to put it on my YouTube in case you wanted to see it. But I use a cyan in my everyday painting. The color is usually called cobalt teal. You're welcome. But that's the nice thing about making your own paints, though, is cyan is very pretty, is that you can, if there was companies that didn't make it, the oil paint itself, but they made the pigment, now I could make that if it wasn't available. Sorry, I'm just making sure this is crimped. Okay. All right, we have a 1.5 tubes, a little bit more than that. Transparent red oxide. Now we gotta get our labels. Gotta make another one too, because I was. Got our label on there. Let's write up another one. Okay. It says the actual name of the pigment is transparent red iron oxide. I don't know why. Iron oxides can actually vary in colors quite a bit. So, for example, Mudworks, the Mars colors. There's Mars yellow, black, and red are all synthetic iron oxides. So you could actually make iron oxides that are a whole range of colors, even though you would normally think they are just red. Like hematite, like the natural earth color. Yeah, that's one I ordered. It's on back ordered Mudworks. I got transparent yellow iron oxide as well. All right, time for cleaning. My favorite painter, Fuzzy Dragon books, is John Singer Sargent. He is my number one. He's who I aspire to paint like the most. My number two is Anders Zorn. My number three is Ilya Repin or Gustav Kaibat. Berth Morsot is somebody I really like as well. Who else? But no, John Singer Sargent is my, I'm Zorny for Anders. So now we're going to take out a little bit of solvent.
This place has class.
Prism 3574, thank you for the follow. But you can see kind of how this stains differently because of the transparent nature of it.
I have been lifting weights and doing cocaine all day!
Welcome in, Prism. How you doing? Enjoy the sound bites. Okay, almost done cleaning. Almost there. You're welcome, Fuzzy Dragon. I'm very happy to answer any questions. Weird. We are going to take a quick break. Just a 5-minute break. And then we're going to come back and do some more.
Okay, people, take a break. You gotta shut down.
This one seems to stain a little bit. Okay. Well, thank you, Greenbag. We're going to take a quick break. About a 5-minute break. We're going to regroup. Everybody can settle down. People are getting a little bit emotional. And we'll come back and make some more paint.
Boo this man!
Settle down, Greenbag. All right, everybody. We'll see you in 5 minutes. And we're back. Forgot how long this making paint takes. Okay. What's the next paint we want to make? That last one was a bitch. Took a lot of time. Surprising amount, but it was. I got the two. That was the most important paint to make today. That red. So I'm not going to guarantee I'm going to do all these, but you want to do a yellow? Okay, let's do yellow ochre. Got the mask back on. Alright, let's do this. Butt plug. Back over here. It's another set of paper towels. Let's do this. Sure all these are clean enough, that is. All right, so next color we're doing is Blue Ridge Yellow Ochre. All right, mask is back on. Let's put these away for now. Yeah, I thought about that too, but this paint is very strong, Mud, so like I'm not that concerned. This is supposed to be a very opaque, and very strong pigment, so I'm not overly concerned. So this is a very classic color though. This is called Yellow Ochre. This is something that is taken from the ground. So this is an earth pigment, and this pigment specifically, Mudworks, is mined from Virginia. Like my burnt umber, this yellow ochre comes from Virginia as well. Blue Ridge, Virginia. No, you cannot. Don't you dare. Correct. So they'll have different properties, right? And apparently this area in Virginia has very good quality earth pigments, because they have a few. It's not just the two I mentioned. They have sienna, what is classified as sienna, and I think hematite, like the like almost just like a pure red, as well. Where is the god of rain? I'm guessing somewhere in Southeast Asia. Oh, good night, Armpit.
Man!
Getting booed? getting booed by Distru Blast. Have a wonderful night, Armpit. But yellow ochre is supposed to be another one of those thirsty pigments. And we're supposed to add some of the so we're adding a different type of oil. We're adding this is the bodied oil. So this is also called stand oil, and it's body that just radiates off of me like honey. It has different flow properties and mixing properties to regular oil, but the company recommends mixing some of that in there with umbers and ochres. Ooh, Distru Blast. You're calling down the thunder, you're gonna get lightning. I've already lost once today, I'm not gonna lose again. I should put out a lot more pigment, I think. You've lost your glasses. We'll still probably win, unfortunately. I need more of this. I think I mixed too little. You will come? When and where? When and where, Distru Blast? That might have been too much, we'll see. You're gonna come on the screen, Jesus Christ. What kind of madman are you? That is a threat. That is a serious threat. Side the camera. Jesus Christ. We got fighting a goddamn maniac. Oh my god, everything's so sticky. Oh, this is just really unpleasant. It's only horchata. This has come. Oh, is that song's on your SoundCloud? It deserves to be. It's a work of art. It's one of the greatest things you've ever done in your life. I'm surprised it's not a top single. What a day that turned out to be. Greenbag, can you link that here and in and in the Discord, if you don't mind? Because yes, I want to listen to all those bangers. Perfect. Thank you, Greenbag. I support these artistic endeavors of yours. Okay. They sure are something. I would hope the Pope listens to it. Let's wait on that. We'll just say my forearms got plenty of strength. But yes, it is a forearm workout. Also kind of a shoulder chesty workout. I mean, I am a pervert. Jay. A pervert attracts perverts. But I'm the good type of pervert. Alright, good. Only the good perverts here. Well, here, the real measure of a good pervert is, would you let them watch your kids or your nieces or nephews? That's it. That's the only one. If you trust them in that scenario, they're a good pervert. We lost them to Starfield, huh? No doubt. By the way, Matt, I saw your text, and that is fantastic news. Just perverting space. He's just flying around space being a pervert.
This place has class.
Fake Stereo, thank you for the follow. Probably does. Celestia Dark. Probably does. I mean, you know, there's... Just like there'd be bad space perverts, there are definitely good space perverts as well. This is going a little faster. I don't think I've met Celestia Dark. Celestia, have we ever met before? Oh, she's one of yours? Okay. I have been gone forever. Oh, gotcha, Celestia. Well, nice to meet you officially. If you have any questions, please let me know. If you have any complaints, please send them to Mugworks, or she will file them in the trash. I love tiny hats, Celestia. I
This
love
place
tiny
has
hats.
class.
Zeldacraft, thank you for the follow. I love a good tiny hat. I also love a fake mustache. Because Lord knows I can't grow a good mustache. God damn it, Lizzie. Son of a bitch. Lizzie, I do need your address, by the way. When you get a chance, send me your address on Discord. Love you too, Lizzie. I gotta send you that painting. Well, thank you, Zelda. I appreciate that. Shit. Let's see. It does kind of look like Velveeta, doesn't it? That's yellow ochre for you. Do not put this in your mac and cheese, though. This will not taste good. Don't eat the goddamn pain. You sons of bitches. Can't Rotel. Zeldacroft, it is non-toxic by consumption. This paint specifically. There are paints that are toxic. The thing we don't know about consumption and why it's good to limit it is we don't know chronic use or chronic consumption over time. We don't have data, like good data, relative to that. So even though eating this paint once or consuming it accidentally here or there is not going to kill you, that doesn't mean it can't in the future if it happens enough. So I'd rather not take my chances, but we also do know that breathing this in is horrible for you. Don't eat the paint, Lizzie. We all know cadmium is tastier than ochre. Son of a bitch, Lesia. Well, it's also like, that's why like we should err on the side of caution, right? That's why I wear gloves. Let's limit consumption when possible. But nothing in this paint, and there are very few paints outside of the ones with lead, mercury, and arsenic, are toxic. But I implore everyone, be careful. Bye, Lizzie. For the greater good. Mudworks, I'm sure you wanna pick that person, right? The one person oh, actually, you know what? I could pick somebody. Where's Ted Cruz? We could have Ted Cruz test this out. No, we'll just get Ted Cruz to do it. He has to eat a bowl of he has to eat a bowl of this paint every day. Your buttholes already. Good luck. Jay So Fluffy and the amazing Technicolor poops. When are we gonna make a play of that? We can get Andrew Lloyd Webber to write it. Well, that's how we know, Zelda, that like, so for example, cadmiums have a cancer link in animal testing. So they actually had animals breathe in cadmium pigments as an FDA test, and they developed cancer, which meets the criteria of having a cancer link for humans. Now, we didn't test that in humans, but we do know that the other pigments, by breathing in, that the pigment will be stuck in your lungs for the rest of your life. So they have done animal testing with regards to the toxicity and things I'm warning you about. I believe it was on pigs as well. Just an explosion on the end. So I could have made a little bit more of this. But that's okay. It's a cap. You know, yellow ochre is kind of a worse color than I recall. I haven't used yellow ochre in a while. It's like a little too desaturated. Oh, gotcha, Zelda. I'm painting, I'm going to be painting from Life Mudworks. So, we are going to be doing some paintings of Rudy and other props that I have. Because I'm going to be doing kind of like a little bit more exercise-oriented stuff for at least a few paintings. Yeah, so we're going to, I might pick up some fruit as well, so we might do some fruit and good old, well, shitty asshole Rudy here. So we're definitely going to do some more paintings of Rudy, some fruit and other props, and we're gonna focus on doing some exercises related to painting shapes, and shapes, and because of some struggles on the recent paintings that I was working on. So, and just seeing what, like, the painters I want to paint, or how they paint, I need to really focus on fundamentals again. I press Control C usually. Yeah, I actually am considering doing even like silly stuff like that because it doesn't matter what. But yeah, I need to continue to focus on painting from life, seeing colors, but really painting shapes and upholding to those fundamentals. It's very important for my growth at the moment. And if you recall earlier, I told you I'm gonna start using like lead-based paint, specifically lead white, because it has properties that are very important. Celestia Dark, it's more about, I wouldn't say it's pushing a style. It's more about painting with the fundamentals to get me to the area that I want to be at, or the skill level I want to be at. So I'm a big fan of Impressionism, and a lot of that has to do with painting from nature or painting from life, and understanding what goes into that. And that requires certain fundamentals that I have not worked on enough. Very much so, Greenbag. So I wouldn't say it's like painting like it's painting for a style. It's doing painting that will enhance my skills to take me where I want to go. Okay, so now we're going to pinch this off. But frankly, though, Greenbag, painting nude models would actually be a highly beneficial thing for from life for my skill set right now. God damn it. So you're not that far off. You're amassing a collection? Oh, do you? Well, if I paint any Mudworks, I will let you know. As I can't paint them on stream, but maybe a Discord stream. I could always paint nudes on a Discord stream. We do like the nudies. Well, there's a lot of, in a completely serious sense, there's a lot of value in painting nudes, and at least in Impressionism, due to the nature of painting what you see and what you see with regards to light. It's not even about the challenge of anatomy. It's about the challenge of of seeing it and painting what you see. So only letting nature dictate what you paint and the colors and what your visual impression is of nature. But granted, the same can be said for painting in nature. It's akin to that. And we are crimping. folding. We are folding over. And what's up, all man? Nice to see you again. Thanks for hanging out. I know you were here earlier. Thank you for the bits again. Crimping some more. Maybe, Celestia. Well, thanks for hanging out, all band. Really appreciate it. Celestia, yeah, I've been considering sometimes about like the nature of my, is just like kind of painting and nerding out on it. However, we have done like, we've had people in the community paint like similar references as I have. So if you join the Discord, you can see that, or if you join that stuff. Which, yeah, awesome, all man. Yeah, I enjoy it quite a bit. It's very fun to learn about, and it's nice having like materials that you trust and that you can test with more rigor. All right, let's get the label on this one, and then we're gonna do one more. We're not gonna go nuts today, since I'm still recovering a bit from the vid. So what do we want the last color to be for tonight?
Badly.
Get it in, green bag. I'll show you momentarily. Okay. Okay, so our official choices are Scarlet Red. There's not a lot of pigment here, so this one would actually go pretty fast. We have Yellow Ochre Light and Yellow Ochre Extra Light. Okay, so they're just like pale yellows. And then we have Transparent Yellow Fellsite. You're a sucker for red? The diet yellows. So this is a transparent yellow. All right, we're doing the red. So I don't really foresee this being a color in my palette in the future because of the cost of it. It's a little bit of prohibitive expensive, but if it turns out to be like a great color, I might not have a choice. Okay. Okay. Let's get the mask back on. Let's do some more Scarlet Red. Actually, let's take a drink of water first. All right. All right, so we don't have a lot of this pigment, so we're going to use it all. I don't think it will require a lot of oil either, so you have to be very careful. It is a nice color though, holy shit. Look at that. Water, how dare you. My apologies, Medworks. My apologies. I won't make the mistake again. I shall not drink. This does look awesome. Holy shit. I really like that. I couldn't see it outside of the tube. The reason why I don't say I'm probably not going to use this because it is very expensive. This by gram is the most expensive paint I have. I thought I was buying more paint when I bought this one. You must drink the body oil. Very possibly. And then I'll just have to spend the money. I gotta be careful though with this oil. Secretly though, I want this to use a lot of oil so I get more of it. That does how it works. Another weird texture though from this one. I don't know, Mudworks. I don't know if there's one that exists. I think it's just relative to the solubility. Yeah, I don't think that's right either. Oh, it is? Good call. Well, that's what oil paint pigments are, Mudworks, right? Like, or for something to be able to be an oil paint pigment, it needs to be that. I hope I didn't add too much oil to this. Yeah, they're just, yeah, well, they don't, like, it's, yeah, it's just it's just related to the solubility. Oh, am I boring you, Distribest? I hope I didn't add too much oil. Well, I think the differences, Mudworks, are in the crystal, like not the crystal structures, but like the molecular structures of the paints. I know those make a difference in like how they react. Oh. But yeah, because I don't think like pigments, to qualify as pigments, can have any solubility in oil. because then the oil doesn't bind it, right? The oil becomes something different. I'm not gonna lie, I love this color. Let's see. It's really bright. This is kind of what I was hoping. Like, it looks so much different than what it was in the bottle. Thankfully, it seems like I didn't add too much oil. Very much Celeste. Yeah, this is very warm to me, Mudworks. I think that's just the lighting. To me, this is a very... Actually, I wouldn't say very warm, but it looks... Maybe it is because of the lighting.
You're a snitch.
It's smoothed out nicely. this is coming together better than I thought. This paint has exceeded expectations in a few ways. What's up, Distribulist? It seems a little bit warmer than Vermilion Celestia, but I think that's a very close comparison. Yeah, it got a lot smoother, Celeste. A lot. It smoothed out well, and it didn't. Sometimes these pigments get really sensitive to the amount of oil, where this would suddenly turn into like a really loose paint. But thankfully, that didn't happen with this one, which was a concern. Because that happened with a couple yellows I have, where if you just slightly put, like, I'm talking like a drop or two too much oil, it turns into a really loose paint. And I was concerned that was going to happen with this one. Oh, hi, Dia. Yeah, I like this color too. It looked a lot different in pigment form, and it was like it's a very expensive pigment, so I'm annoyed at how much I like it. It's about $1 a gram, which would be the most expensive pigment I'd be using. It's very sticky though. It's like it's not scraping up well. I'll just go with that for now. How have you been, Dia? I haven't talked to you. I mean, we've said hi and stuff, but we haven't, like... Have you been doing well? About your functional shoulders? Well, we might have to yell at you for those. Is your shoulder doing alright, Dia? I'm doing a little bit better than at least Friday. I'm still sick, but like some progress today. I could smell a little bit today, and so some improvements. Congestion's not so bad. She flaunts them. Stop flaunting your functional shoulders, Miranda. Well, were you stretching them at Dia? Well, thank you, Dia. It was unfortunate, but you know, it didn't ruin the trip for me. The nerve of you, Mudworks. The nerve. Well, I can't do that because my chest is too large. So I'm physically too wide to do that. So I'm with you. I'm with you, Dio. I'm what you call barrel chested. I know exactly what you're talking about, Dio. You're barrel chested too? Then we know each other's pain. All right, let's pinch this one off. That does suck about potting and throwing, that you just like kind of inherently have to have bad posture while you do it. Does not seem fun. Or like, you know, potting seems fun, but like that part of it seems shitty. Waste a lot of good paint. Okay. Let's crimp. You could always start. Distruglass, I only started 2 years ago. We're at my 2-year anniversary. You were crying? But it doesn't matter if you paint well or not. If you enjoy painting, then, or enjoy doing art, then to do art. It's better to do something you like, even if you don't do it well to your standards. So do you enjoy doing it, or do you just want to make something good? Yep. The results don't matter if you have fun. I got what you meant. Well, I like how that color looked. And I have a feeling I'm going to like that color, so I might have to start fucking buying an expensive ass color. But 20 grams almost made... I mean, it might be still doable because I got basically more than half a tube out of that with some waste at the end. Am I inspired? I'm always inspired. Now try and stop me from being inspired. You're talking to a paint maniac. That's not. Okay, a little bit better. I have a feeling I'm gonna love this paint. God damn it. Seems very opaque, seems strong, color's good, saturated. Me too. Me too. So I don't have to spend $50 on a homemade paint. It's a good paint, Dio. Well, it looks like it's going to be a good paint. cheeks. What are we talking about? Sexy cheeks. God, I hate mosquitoes. Thankfully, they haven't been bad around where I live. God, I can't clean this well. This red is, seems like it has some mighty staying power. This has been the hardest one to clean up so far. Like I'm still getting... Still getting red off. Stonk. See, like even that, like, that came up again, keeps on coming up. Secret ingredients tomato. Jesus. Well, these are some killer tomatoes. Wink. So he's still coming up. Unbelievable. Shit stains everywhere. Jesus Christ. Maybe this plate isn't the Maybe it holds on to paint too much. Maybe I had to change the glass. It's always more Gamsol. It's less than usual, but still stuff coming up. Good enough. Okay. Well, I think this was a good day. We made a bunch of paints. We're gonna get into painting the next stream. I realize that I'm not gonna stream tomorrow because of a sports game, and I want to make the rest of these paints. So I'm gonna do that. So the next stream will be on Tuesday. The sports ball and the Green Bay Packers. So we're gonna paint on Tuesday, and then we're gonna take over the world, like we always do. Like we always do. Sorry, I'm just tidying up a bit. Are any friends on for raiding? Thank you, Dia. I think I will. I think just with sleep, and it's been getting better day by day. So. Thanks, Jay. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And anyone who gave subs today, I really appreciate it. It's very generous of all of you. My words, thank you. People are super kind. You want to sleep this your blast? Thanks for hanging out, bud. We're gonna find somebody to raid, and we'll figure that out. Well, thank you, Jay. We missed your hands. Not the face yet. I'm too good looking for this world. I need to show it in bits and pieces. But thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jay. I will do so, Mr. Salt. I want some horchata. I was craving it in France. But let's who's a good person to raid? Do I have any other friends on? Touch of Chaos, so Demi's on. Right, Lahocha. I'm not familiar with either of them, Dia. I have C-Dot, I have Killer Men, I have Touch of Chaos, GW Flare, Myth to streaming too, but they're playing a game. Yeah, I like Demi. Oh, Kamikaze's a DJ? Okay. I think we'll raid Demi. Even though she's on a break. Alright, well, it was really nice seeing everybody and talk with everybody again. I missed this. Missed everybody. Oh yeah, Dia, that's a new soundbite, a positive one. Positive soundbite. Yeah, we'll see everybody on Tuesday. We're gonna raid Demi, aka Touch of Chaos. We will see you all on the other side. Hope you have a wonderful night. Thanks again for everybody's generosity. It's really appreciated. And have a good night.